Hello. Weird Google News thing where apparently Blackmagic...
They've subscribed for 41 months and says, hey, it's me, the Tech Talk. I'm sure excited to see what kind of tangent Shelby takes us on today. Anyways, here's the end of line.
Nagalak, thank you for the Prime sub and for 41 months, I believe there. Thank you.
CHEER 100. I have just collected a parcel in a way Shelby probably doesn't understand walking in the rain. End of line.
Yeah, I don't know how you do that. You're just supposed to stand there and just soak in it, basking. Anyway, no, apparently Blackmagic is porting B-RAW to some Sony cameras, but not their own camera app for phones. Anyway. Yeah, one day they'll ship it, Dziak. It's very confusing. I already have the 7-inch single, but they haven't shipped the whole album yet. I got it direct from nin.com, and I don't really want to buy it again in any other way that doesn't have money go directly towards the artist instead of the movie publishing company. Okay, does Blackmagic camera even support Xperia phones? I mean, I don't know what you mean. Oh, the app. No, I'm talking about like Sony FX cameras, the firmware for an actual, like if Sony made this, that it would be able to record B-RAW. Anyway, I got good news and I got bad news. Let's start out with the good news. There's something we didn't test yesterday, and it would be nice to know if it works. So I did. And here is the Microsoft Surface here, woo, being captured by the DataPath RGB Vision E1S. All right. I'm doing this over DVI because I couldn't find my mini DisplayPort to VGA adapters. They have apparently all wandered off, never to be seen again. Thought I had one in my laptop bag that I carried around at all times because you never know, we need to test a VGA monitor, but apparently I tested a VGA monitor and then left the adapter somewhere. It's probably at home, but yeah. Surface running Linux? Absolutely. Anyway, so that's Surface and capture with the data path on this thing.
For Raccoon says CHEER 100-MINI-DV to anything adapters apparently can grow legs and walk off. As
Yeah.
mine do that too. End of line.
Definitely. Thank you for the 100 bits, Chloe. Yeah, Dziak, I was all over those bins. Just dumped them all out all over here and filtered through. Did you manage to disappear more cables than man is meant to know? Yeah, I know, right? Anyway, okay, so capture is currently working. Okay, I'd like to point this out. Now, I'm going to try and do a few very rudimentary tasks on the computer and see what happens. So, okay, I can move the window. And if I click, oh, wow, actually, this is crazy. Wait, this kept seg-faulting the machine earlier. Huh, okay. Weird. Save changes, no. Okay, well, maybe it's not as cranky as I thought it was. Well, anyway. $20 says he left the bins dumped on the floor. No, because I dumped them on the workbench, because I don't want to lean down onto the floor. Oh my gosh. What do you think I am, an animal? Anyway, apparently this is working better than I thought. So this is not VCS, for the record. This is Vision, which is the sample application that comes with the DataPath software for doing video capture. The downside to Vision, I guess I can try and run it again here. Well, I'll just, long story short, Vision doesn't do a great job at supporting multiple video modes dynamically. So let's say your computer switches from 1024 by 768 to 640 by 480. You're going to have to go recalibrate all your settings for the software to make it work. So it's just really not that great. So we still need to get VCS working, but I'm becoming very pessimistic that we're ever going to get VCS to work. And for leave last night, this morning, at some point between now and the last stream, try to do something that I think we might try to do as well as an option. So let me go over some stuff. This morning, I spent a bunch of time grabbing a bunch of different versions of OpenCV, trying to get them to compile. They claim to compile, but no matter what I do, I cannot get the VCS software to find them. So I run sudo make install on the OpenCVs and it never works. I'm using this script roughly here to try and get this to work. Doing a make install and an LD config after I cmake with all the garbage. And I really don't know what it is I am doing wrong. So here's the thing. What I am thinking we do is on probably this machine. Ideally, we would do it on the VGA Capture computer, but that sounds like a dumb idea. So probably on this machine, we make a virtual machine running, I don't know which version of Ubuntu. This is where this gets sticky. And we try and set up and compile all the software. It's got to be a version of Ubuntu that just runs OpenCV 2, I think. Maybe OpenCV 3 would work, but I think I'd rather just use OpenCV 2. And then, yeah, use 2004, 2204 would probably work fine too. Okay, yeah. We make an Appimage, okay? I don't want to. It is, frankly, probably the best option, but it's gonna suck. While I'm talking about app images, all right, would anyone know of maybe make a snap? Never. No, that's awful. Same with a flat pack. You can take that idea and stuff it too. Anyway, Windows XP era, okay? Literally running Windows XP. So, you know, totally not 2 decades ago now. Did anyone ever make portable apps themselves? Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits there. I know this exists. There was a program that you could take a snapshot of your computer before installing something, and then have it run a scan afterwards to see what files were modified. It would then take all of those files and merge them into an executable. And it worked great. But I can never find that program again. Not that I really need it. It's just kind of bugging me that I don't know where it is or what it is. But yeah, it was a portable app like modification or like containerization program. I used it a bunch when I was going through school. It was really nice to have software installed to a flash drive and then be able to just take it wherever you wanted. thinapp. Oh my gosh, you might be right. That name sounds so familiar. Application virtualization, portable application creator, suite by VMware, package conventional Windows applications, portable applications. Okay. Previously, Windows XP. Oh man, I think that's it. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think that's it. Are there any images of the thinapp process? Oh, I'm pretty sure that's it. Oh, that's awesome. Okay. Well, I'm going to have some fun with that later just because, nostalgia. Awesome. Thank you. I'm just going to pop that in Discord. thinapp is exe portabilizer. Well, I'm glad I asked. That's awesome. Thank you, old one. Likely other options there are, but that is the one I'm pretty sure that I used. Okay. Why was I getting a notification? Stream thinapp? It's not going to be that exciting. It's going to be installing a program and then running it without the install. So, not a whole lot to go over. All right. Remembered it as it was the one you used as well? All right. Okay. I really wish we could figure out how to just make this work. I don't understand why it's not finding this. Someone said LD library path. I don't think I should have to update that, but I'm not sure. The sudo LD config, I believe, would correct that, but I don't know for sure. Just for the record, because OpenCV is just, an absolutely fantastic library. This is what the README says. Love it. Docker? No, that would be awful. We have to run a GUI. That's the whole point. That would be a nightmare. Can't read that? Doesn't matter. It's useless. There's no information. It's just a bunch of links. The VCS folder, VCS Pro, maybe change that path. I don't know what path. I mean, this is for... Is this CMake? What's funny is that this is wrong. It doesn't even get to this to fail. OpenCV path is showing 4 anyway. Yeah, I'm just going to state this. Absolutely not. Docker is never going to be acceptable for this solution. I'm just going to state that. No. That would be... I'm going to go out and say I'm just going to say it. It would be impossible to do with Docker. All right. I'm just going to state it that way. I don't even see a path where it's looking for OpenCV stuff. I'm guessing it's getting like a package config or something where it's just getting them post-pended or whatever. And it's not even looking for something in particular. Or they're hard-coded in the header files. Yeah, okay, yeah, no, it's hard-coded in the header files. I'm not even 100% sure that an Appimage is going to work. Because we have to be able to access... there's nothing I can do about the bitrate, I'm sorry. The only thing I can do about the bitrate is try and change it to a better codec that will show more video but be more susceptible to problems. The little interruptions. Like every time anyone says minor F on, we're using MPEG-2 right now, it manages to handle that and survive and recover, but if I use H.265, it just falls on its face. OpenCV header path, whatever. So OpenCV header path, yeah, but this is pointing to OpenCV 4. Like, it's not even looking for 2. I mean, I could try 3. I don't know, let's change this, see what happens. The problem is what I'm saying is that it's looking for OpenCV 2 directly in the source files. So if we go filter, filters, scalar, output scalar, and then we open the file, it is raw directly. What the heck is this color scheme anyway, Kate? Why would you use such a garbage color scheme out of the box that's so impossible to see? I have a custom one that I could load. That's what we normally use, but I'm not going to find it. You know what? Vim, sure, whatever. That's fine. Much higher contrast. All right. Anyway, so what I'm trying to say is it's directly looking for OpenCV 2. So it doesn't, I don't think it matters what I change here, because it's just adding that as a library path, but none of what it's looking for is going to be in that path. Unfortunately, I think I have to have this stuff. I don't think I can just try and hack it out. I mean, for kicks, I can try and compile with it set to 3, because that's what I currently have installed, theoretically. Yeah. Here, Ben, I'll give you the synopsis, because I figure it's probably multiple people who have joined us in late. So first off, the hardware is working. If I go over here and I run, you know what, I'll just run it in console. That'll be fine, because then I can just close the console. Run in console. Oh, no, this time it did what I said it would do. Whole system's locked up. I think it's this software. I don't think it's the drivers. So I'm not as inclined to blame or make the idea that we can't make this work at all in modern Ubuntu. Did I do a save? I don't know what you mean. I haven't modified anything that I care about, so no, I don't think it matters. Anyway, all system requests, res, UIB. Okay. let me explain what we have going on. Capture in this actually works. We can use that program that just crashed. Sometimes it runs, sometimes it doesn't. And we can access the drivers. So the drivers will work on a modern Ubuntu install. Okay, so that part is good. If I installed OBS on here and try to access it through that, I'm sure it'd be more stable and it would work better, you know. But OBS cannot control the options for the capture card, like the VGA phase and stuff like that, or the horizontal position, cropping the front porch and the back porch. There's all kinds of complicated things that you got to be able to do to capture VGA correctly. OBS just does not expose that well enough, and even if it did, OBS doesn't support multiple profiles like a program like VCS does. So, we need to install VCS. VCS is a program that is an open source, I'm trying to think of the best way to describe this, an open source front end to the data path drivers for capturing video. The upside is that it's really good. It's designed for my kind of use case where you're trying to capture video very precisely of analog sources. The downside is the author of the software tried to scorch it from the internet a few years ago.
End of line.
Black Summon Raiders, hello, welcome. I'm literally in the middle of describing what exactly it is we were doing right now. So I'll roll that back just a little bit here and catch everyone else up. Okay. I do a lot of work with weird old computers, and I need to be able to capture VGA sources. VGA is an analog video signal that requires digitization of the different analog-y features of it. Most importantly, the time base along a line can vary from signal to signal, and it's really a pain in the butt. In this machine, I have a DataPath Vision RGB E1S capture card. But in the computer that I'm streaming from, I also have a DataPath Vision HD4. These are both VGA capture cards made by the company DataPath that are designed for high quality capture, but they're more meant for enterprise solutions like video walls and presentation scalers and things like that, where it's not really meant to be for high precision stuff, but they work really well for it. I'm trying to do everything on Linux because I'm a giant nerd. So here my Linux install on my test system here just finished booting up. And I'm trying to make this work. So I currently have the drivers installed for the card. Let's see if the software will load. It did. Okay, so this is capturing this computer I have down here. The card also does DVI. I'm currently capturing DVI because I'm just trying to simplify some things, and I didn't have a VGA adapter for mini DisplayPort to hand. So the drivers are working, but this software, which is not even really meant to be used in production environments, is made by DataPath, and on Linux, it's not very good. So you have, and there it crashed. Again, not very good. It has options for configuring like the number of horizontal pixels and things like that, but it doesn't have profiles that you can save and load between sessions, and different computers have very different video outputs. It's really surprising how non-standard VGA is because it was made for CRTs, which have a glass window that the beam shines on. It's not raw pixels. So if your video card was, you know, like 5 milliseconds late, no one's really going to notice. But when you're trying to do video capture, if you're 5 milliseconds late, your image window is shifted to the right, and now you're cropping, well, the left side and the right side has like black pixels, and you need to shift the image. So there's lots of weird stuff you got to do to capture VGA correctly. Anyway, DataPath software, not reliable on Linux, not very good. VCS is a program that was open source and written to utilize the DataPath drivers on Linux and other operating systems, and be better suited towards the kind of use case that I have. Unfortunately, the software developer behind VCS decided to pull the software because people are ungrateful to open source maintainers. I kind of get it. So it's no longer being developed. And when it was being developed, it had some pretty bad technical debt. And it is very difficult to compile now. It relies on OpenCV 2, which is now extremely old and unsupported. And I'm trying to get it to work on a modern rendition of Ubuntu. I know 5 still. Just don't worry about it, Ben. Don't shush. So I'm trying to get it to compile in a way where I can utilize it, but I can't even get it to run or compile because it's like a huge pain in the butt. So I'm currently trying to work through different options for how I can run VCS on a more recent version of Ubuntu. And I am running into all sorts of problems with this. First off, trying to get different versions of OpenCV installed. I've tried 2, I've tried 3, 4 is in the repos. None of them work. I don't know how to properly install OpenCV from source because it's ridiculously complicated. It doesn't work with OpenCV 4 because they've changed the API, and if I try to just install OpenCV 4 from the repos, and there are changes and the software doesn't work. So it's all a giant pain in the butt. So I'm trying to figure out what the best path forward is to make this work on a modern computer, specifically, and this is the dumbest reason, to have Wayland support so that I can have my nice touchscreen work. It's the dumbest possible reason. So that's what I'm currently doing, is I'm trying to figure out what the best way to make progress on this here. And then the other reason is it would just be kind of nice to know that I can make it compile on a modern Ubuntu still, because like I don't want to use a super old one. Rewrite it for newest OpenCV, I would not do that. I would gut the OpenCV from it and then make it use, I don't know, something else for video manipulation.
OTTPALLNO 3SICHER 100 VGA Capture now ya got my attention. End of line.
Oddball, thank you for the 100 bits. Might be faster to redo from start. No. I don't really want to try and make a whole UI to do everything. Yeah. You guys sound like the people who were telling me that I should have just hacked apart a 3D printer to make my own CD changer robot there. Okay. So, changes from yesterday, what have happened. Well, you know what, for giggles, I just want to do this, because I don't think I've done this. Error loading, shared libraries, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Changes from yesterday, I have been trying to manually download the source files for OpenCV for different versions. So this is the latest version of OpenCV 3. It will compile. 3.4.20 will compile, but 3.4.19 will not. There's some external library dependency or other nonsense that doesn't work. It's possible OpenCV 3 would be compatible with it. I don't know, but I don't know how to install this system-wide so that it gets picked up here. Because if I install OpenCV 4 through the repos, it works. So clearly, it's one reason why people use OpenCV for video capture. No. I'm going with they already had existing OpenCV experience, and they were just reusing code that they already had. There is no reason to use this. No. It's unnecessary. I'm looking at LCSC, but who names your company? So, yeah. Could compile it on 2004 VM, use static linking, though it may not add Wayland support. I don't think it's going to need Wayland support. It uses Qt5, so I think whatever wrapper stuff. Can stuff like OBS already open the video device, though? Yes. Again, this... I really wish... You know what? No, I can't even do that. I was going to say, let's reboot to Windows, but that'll just break all the stream stuff, and then I can't show you. I wish I could just run the software and demonstrate how much of a pain in the butt it is to do VGA capture, so you can understand why starting from scratch is not worth it. This is not like UVC, where, you know, you're just changing a couple of settings on there. It's so much worse.
The developer says CHER 100 deep breath Shelby. End of line.
Thank you for the 100 bits, Sleepy. All right, let me look up. I haven't actually done this search. Ubuntu install OpenCV from source. This is just going to be a horrible search. It's going to be full of garbage results that I'm not looking forward to. Why is it OpenCV Python? I don't care about Python. I want C bindings, not Python. Professional VGA Capture here hopes to sync signal 100 super LCD 2005 locks on no problem. So, not quite. You know that auto adjust button? That's doing a lot more than you might think for you. And it's still not doing it correctly. So, it's... this capture card is effectively that chip in the LCD, though. And then instead of showing pixels on a display, it puts that information in a frame buffer that you can access. You still have all of the buttons and stuff that you got to twiddle. It's still present. I'm saying it does. It's not. It doesn't work as well as you think it does. It seems like it works really well, but it doesn't. No, Season B, because the API between 4 and 2 is different enough that it doesn't work. That's the downside. Build with OpenCV, contrib, I don't know what that is. Okay, is all that fun stuff. Okay. Configure and build. Make a build folder, CMake up above, make, check build results, install, sudo make install. Dude, like, they just say, oh yeah, you just run sudo make install, then it's all good, and then it's not there.
Shavin subscribed with Prime. End of line.
Shaven, thank you for the Prime sub there, and for the first time. Never done VGA capture. One time I needed to capture old computer. VGA had composite out and used TV capture card. Yeah. Yeah, we definitely have stuff that the LCDs won't sync to, for sure. Like the HP 16500C here that has video out because the resolution is like 384 by 252 or something stupid like that. So. Well, then, I don't know. Let's look. LS. What do we got? Like lib. And then, yeah, sure, show them all. So is OpenCV going to be in here? I don't know how this works. Like I'm supposed to know where libraries are. Maybe user lib, ls, user lib. Nope, this look basically the same. User include. Oh gosh, why is it so weird? User, I guess include actually makes sense. Include. Oh, that's a lot more. And then, oh, that's like a. They're just header files. Why are they just header files? Okay, is there an open? There is no open anything, so it's not there. User local lib. Oh my gosh, I hate Linux folders. This is the worst part about distros, by far. Lib, okay. There are a bunch of things there. That doesn't seem right. I like how they're all just A files. That's weird. I purged OpenCV4, which has broken some stuff. Like I can't take screenshots anymore because apparently Spectacle uses OpenCV for some stupid reason. So why are these not installing correctly then? Sure, I'll go ahead and do this. Bash OCV2. All right, so this is going to install 3.4.20, okay? So we're going to do this. Going to let it roll. Oh, we don't need to re-download it. It's already there. Oops, oh well. For the record, I put this on its own internet connection using the secondary LTE source, so yeah, it's gonna be fine as far as data now. Why is this not zooming? I don't know how to make it zoom in. I don't have a scroll wheel on this keyboard, so. Yeah, no kidding, oddball. Whew. Documentation literally says it installs the user local, though. User local, like, well, Vision, I mean, that's the data path stuff. Now let's throw in more nonsense. That's all fine. All no red means we're good-ish. This is the edge casiest of edge casey Linux stuff I have ever experienced. Using NDIS wrapper to install Windows drivers for Wi-Fi cards in the 2010s was easier than this is. Well, Paul Guy, it's such a multifaceted issue with this exact setup. DataPath barely updates their drivers, so they have incompatibilities. The VCS software is fixed. It's never going to be updated. So that is fun. We really probably should just Appimage it. For leave, are you here? You said you used 2204. Paul Guy, they're exposed by video for Linux. That's why OBS can actually utilize them. 2004, okay. After this fails, I'm gonna install Vert Manager, and we're gonna do it that way. We're gonna make an app image. Oh god, I haven't done this in a while. It's gonna suck. We're gonna do it in two passes. First, we're gonna make sure we can actually just get the software and compile it and have it run. Okay, we're not gonna actually do the app image stuff. We're just gonna go through the whole process. Then we will redo the process after we know how to do it and make the app image, because I don't want to learn and try and make the app image at the same time. I swear this is taking longer than last time. It's almost making me hopeful it's going to work, but you know, I know computers, and when you start hoping that they're going to do something you want, that's when you become sad. And the more I think about it, the more I think an app image would make sense, because we can internalize OpenCV 2. And we can internalize the Qt5 dependencies. Ooh, actually. We may not be able to do that. Okay, user local share. Oh, share. Share. And then OpenCV doohickeys. Okay. So that's where it's at. Now for kicks, we'll go over to VCS and just run make again. So they can go, I don't see any OpenCV. You're crazy. There it is. Okay. Qt5 works in Appimage. Oh, no. Well, I know it will, OLN. What I'm thinking is I have to make sure, okay, let me just express my concern more directly. If Ubuntu 20.04 uses Qt5 normally, it will be installed already, and the app image creation process will not pick it up, and it will not integrate it. That's my concern. Oh yeah, make clean. Okay, I can do you one better. Git reset hard head. Make does kind of sound like popcorn. Appimage builder specifically for Qt, the bundles Qt5 stuff. Ooh, okay. That's good to know. That might work then. Okay. I like the sound of that. So if we can definitely inline Qt5, I think it'll be more likely to work. Watch, this works. I think even if this works, we should app image it. Maybe this could be the method that we use for the app image creation. Out of curiosity, Paul Guy, where are you finding information for VCS? Because they've kind of tried to expunge it from the internet. Where are they getting this include stuff? So I don't think I have that, do I? SDK, yeah, that folder doesn't exist. Include. Oh, it has that passed, but then, okay, so it's not looking for it. All right. And then, yeah, same problem. No OpenCV2 thing. Just search VCS data path. Okay, let me look at this. Okay, that's the older version. I think. Wait, ahead of VCS master. Fork notes. Fork aims to maintain 64-bit Windows version. Provide executables. Release 2.7. Not not compatible with VGA Pro. Interesting. Okay, yeah, that is the older version. I don't remember what the difference was between that one and the newer one. VCS uses OpenCV option. Where this build uses open. On VCS builds, there are not supported for now. This should always be defined. Let's find out. I got no clue. I have a feeling it won't work, but fail. Yeah, same thing. Okay, so I'm guessing that was... Oh, that's weird. What builds the profile? Generated by QMake. Okay, well, uses... Okay, what if we just get rid of this? J32. Although this didn't work too great on, yeah, there we go, same problem. Don't need full VM and Ubuntu. You can use DistroBox quickly spin up, convenient 24/4 container. Now you hate it without the same time. You get the Appimage, you'll never have to use it again. I don't know that it'll save time because I don't know how to do that. Pretty sure I've already got 2004 on here, and it's not like it takes long to install. I reset it after changing it. No, I didn't reset it. It reset it. Something else modified it. I did not reset it. The Pro file, this is being created by something else. I cannot make changes. Here, let me show you. I am going to delete everything in here and just put farts in there. Saved, okay? Done. Now I run make and F5. Wait. Oh my gosh, it's because I reset. Oh, idiot. All right, fine. Okay. See what that does. I was thinking of that as make clean, not resetting the Git repo. That's 100% on me. Watch, this just works. I swear it feels like I did something like this last time. So if this works, I'm going to be very annoyed. Because I also tried to look for a way of disabling OpenCV yesterday, but I didn't find it. And yes, I did run make without the jobs option, because again, when I don't think it's going to compile, I like to know that it's, or when the error is, rather than having to be buried. Probably just never implemented. Probably not using it, was just never implemented. Yeah, it's my guess. Hello, Philip. But on the other hand, what if it does work? Wouldn't that be crazy? And then we could just all live happily ever after. We never have to think about this again until I have to update for some other reason and then forget how to do it. Majenko, I have tried Arch. It's not for me. That's it. That's all there is to it. It's not that I won't use it. I've tried it. I don't like it. There you go. And same issue. All right. I don't want to. Ubuntu, how to make app image. Gather suitable binaries. General workflow, creating Appimage involves following steps. Gather suitable binaries. Applications already been compiled to use existing binaries. For example, contained in tar, GZ, or whatever. Gather suitable binaries of all dependencies. Query a working appter from your binaries. Yep. Turning appter into an app image. Just compresses contents. Okay, and more practical. Different ways to generate an app image. Use open build services. Convert existing binary. Nope, I want to do it the hardest possible way. Let's see. Compatible with many systems. I have no idea. Here's what we need: OpenCV 2, Qt5. Those are the two big things. I got the source in the past. Hold on. Let me look at the source code here really quick. What's the license? GPL. Okay.
Loracoo says CHER 100 the hardest possible way. Does that include the variable of streaming it, or is that the next level up from hardest? End of line.
That is an additional level on top of it. Thank you for the 100 bits. Quick question: if the owner of the repo wants it taken down, does GPL work with that? Like, could I make a new Git repo for it? Vcia data path. Oh, one moment. Nope. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. One moment. How do you spell words? Oh, why can't I just, click a link on one computer and have it open on the other? Okay, I don't think this is going to work as well. There is an archive out there of the latest version of the repo that's public. One moment, two computer keyboards that are identical. Yes, GPL 0 blah, blah, blah. Once you release anybody, it's free to re-release it. Okay. Release under GPL, they can't unrelease it. Okay. Okay. So, I could, in theory, throw it up. Well, actually, I already have a Git repository with it on my account. I could try and fast forward it. I don't know. You know what? I'm not gonna worry about trying to provide it right now. It's just, yeah. There's too many problems to solve here. God. We have SDCs. Appimage builder. What was the make Appimage with Qt5? That's almost typed correctly. Yeah, Appimage Builder. I think that's what I want. Image Builder. Qt5. Okay. How to build Appimage for simple Qt application. Where Appimage Builder has been installed. Get it there. Preparing after. Okay, this seems like probably the path we want to take. Okay. Use Linux deploy and Linux deploy Qt. I have no idea what those are. Oh wow, we can still get this one. There was some older version of Ubuntu ISO that was just expunged from the internet for some reason. I don't know why. Jeez, that's a big file. I don't know if that's on my iOD. Let me look. Oh, it is. Cancel that. And boom. That's what I want. And just pop that there. Okay. See CCP's comments about path change? No. Make OpenCV change to include paths, not include contain subfolders. Should be OpenCV image proc instead of. I mean, I suppose I could try that. Okay, hold on. Reset head, make clean. Okay. So now I'm going to open the file. Do I already have it open? No. So we'll try modifying that one file and we'll see what happens. Filter, filters, output scaler, this thing, and then just kill this, and then make. iOD and data hoarding, because I only add Ubuntu ISOs to the iOD. I never remove them. Okay, I assume Vert Manager installed. It did. Okay. Vert. Okay. Add to favorites. Unable to connect to. I forget what this is. libvirt. Oh gosh. Ubuntu, Vert Manager, unable to connect to libvirt. Blah blah blah. I know there's like one thing you have to do. I just never remember what it is. You know how hard it is to not constantly complain about the modern internet? Google something now, you get AI garbage. Go to Stack Overflow, you get the stupid GDPR cookie thing, you get the Google login. And here's the thing, I know there's solutions. There's always solutions. It's just everywhere all the time. It's just so irritating. Anyway, apparently we should just reboot. So once this fails, then we'll reboot. I'm sure there was some system D thing that I could just start instead of rebooting, but I'm just going to reboot. Okay, it didn't work. Or wait, did it work? Oh, no. Did it work? I mean, that's good, but now we're going to have to go through all of the files. All right. All right, fine. Let's find out. Make clean. So that's not eliminating my change. Okay. So we have to go through every single one of these stupid filter things now, and do this, I guess. That one's just an H. They didn't add that to that, apparently. H. I don't know why we needed a CRT filter. Output gate probably has it. So it's this one weird trick. The trick is stuff works. I don't know. There's no satisfying solution here. Because everything is broken. Like, still, in order to do this, I have to install an old version of OpenCV. Maybe that's acceptable. I don't know. I feel like it's going to cause me more problems later on. Okay, what was the one that was bad? QT Windows Control Panel. Oh my gosh, it's not even in this. Okay. Display. QT Windows Control Panel. Output, histogram. Oh gosh, these are all gonna have them, aren't they? It's familiar. I don't remember what I did last time. That might have been a shortcut to figure out what we need to do. It's like go back and look at my old streams. I don't know. Okay. Let's go back to here. Make. Yeah, it looks like we can probably get away with OpenCV 3. Oh, it's not like I'm going to understand what's going on anyway. Here, I'll give you the short version. Software bad. That's all you need to know. Everything is bad about this setup. Literally all of it. DataPath has out-of-date drivers that don't work with anything. This software that I'm currently compiling isn't being updated anymore and has been pulled from the internet. It relies on an old version of a library that sucks to install. Compiled and linked against OpenCV 4. Interesting. Did you fix the pixel stuff? Wait, how did you not have the problem that we had yesterday then? Because we installed OpenCV 4 yesterday. Is it possible that that 2004 used an older version of OpenCV 4 that had a different API? I don't know how stringent they are about not breaking it. Old version, okay. Okay, so wow. That makes me hate OpenCV even more. They have breaking API changes within a major revision like that. So bad. Oh, we were so close. The histogram file again. Wait, what? OpenCV. Wait, HPP. Uh-oh, that one's different. Where did I put it? Here's Furleaf's Appimage. Don't work, unfortunately. This is one of the gotchas of Appimage stuff. So, well, so is the other one importing an HPP file? I've never even like that's not even like correct. Like what? Should it just be H? Like wait, what is this file? Is that even correct? HPP. If I go to the output scaler, it is HPP. Okay. Why is that good? You know, they want the same thing, image proc, right? Yeah, why is it findable in one and not in the other? Well, Ben, isn't it something really dirty where usually HPP actually is a header with the code in the file too, or something like that? I don't remember. Maybe I'm making it up. Not that you've heard. Okay. Okay. Um, I don't know why it's not finding it. Is this line not the same as this line? They are identical. Well, MB, it doesn't fail on the first time it's attempted to be called or accessed or whatever. Yeah, Ben, I'm not learning where the files are and that stuff. That sounds like a nightmare. Pass. Okay. This is E52690s in this system. Okay, so now we want the difference between the scalar things. Disk writer, common. Hold on. Is it Control S for stop? And then can I search in this? No, because that's like sending keystrokes. Hold on, I got an idea. That's definitely totally Linuxy. Okay. Control F. So I'll find that menu. Well, I didn't. It's too late now. What was I looking for? It's scalar something. Hold on, let me just close some of these. Output scalar. Okay. Control F. Filter underscore out. What? It's not getting to that file? I cannot find this file in this C file name. It's like it hasn't been compiled yet. Where would this stuff even be? Yeah, it's hard coded to add that. Oh, and it's in the make file or whatever. OpenCV disable flag does nothing. It's not implemented. I like Ben's suggestion because I can just let the computer sit there and do something, and then I can just sit and not have to think for a second. No, I don't want to paste a bajillion characters. Okay, hold on here. Wait, it accidentally found it. Kind of. Not quite. Hold on. Grep HPP. There we go. No, I said grep. Screw it. Sudo. Problem solved. Okay. Well, I mean, we can try this. I don't like this, but we can try this. May have to do the same with the library path. It was debug something this. I don't know if we need that. We just don't ever debug it. Problem solved. Oh, I don't like those reds. Oh my god. Why can't I increase the size of this? Dizzy, it's not hosted. That's the problem. It's gone. I think it's someone posted it on my Discord server. You can search for it on there, but that's... It was pulled. I just happen to have an old copy. Control plus keeps increasing the text size or the zoom size of the files. That's why that keeps happening. And no, Control Shift plus doesn't do it either. How old is the source code? I don't know, like 2024. There you go. It's probably it. Scroll wheel. I know it's scroll wheel. That's why I keep saying I can't do it. No, it's not multi-touch. It doesn't even have the side scroll. It's very annoying. Okay, if you can see the error, that's good. I don't know. Leave, I don't even know how yours worked. If you use 4 and it didn't have this issue. Because this is 3. Like, it's actually 3 here. We can see this. Dizzy, the problem is everything this is using is ancient garbage that doesn't work. Let first sit there. OpenCV sucks, okay? It's horrible. Absolutely garbage tier software. I'm sorry for the people who work on it, but, like, this is awful. All right, the only other thing I can think to try is we kind of made some progress here, and I'm wondering if I should try and install OpenCV 2, because I could do that in theory. So we have 2.4315 or whatever here. Did they apply the same patch as me yesterday? I don't even remember what the patch does. Does the patch fix this? I think I applied the patch on this. Well, it's worth trying, yeah, but I don't know how to how do I sudo make uninstall this? Does it just make uninstall? Because I don't know. How do I remove it? No, we're not going to try 1804 because that won't work with the touchscreen monitor. Once you compile successfully, stream can begin. Yeah. Oh, autogen make files. You're the worst. Okay. So there's all. I assume there's a clean in here somewhere, but I'm not. I don't know if there's a remove. Do I need the touchscreen to compile it? If we're using an older version, then I'm just putting it in a VM and we're going to do the Appimage thing. But you know what? Screw it. Let's just do the Appimage. Everything else can just take a hike. Just done. Just go to try to do an Appimage. All right, I'm rebooting this so that this will work. Man, this sucks. Let me get this out of here so it's not just sitting here wasting power. Oh, I really hope the Appimage method works. You know, it's a shame that the datapath card really is the best one. That's the only reason we're doing this stuff. All of the other cards have hardware flaws. Or just unattainable. I don't really think you can get an Appimage card. Not that like I need another one. That one has a problem. Oh wow, you get that. Someone's selling the Appimage card for $35 on eBay right now. There's another one for 45. Man, I almost want to just throw away all the data paths and buy one of those. Does that card even work on Windows? Yes. If I rebooted the streaming computer right now to my Windows 10 emergency backup install, I could fire up the VCS with that. Here, actually, I can just show you a photo because I used it this week with Windows. It worked perfectly. Here it is. Here is VCS working on Windows this week with the datapath card. Perfectly functional. Here's the Avermedia Game Broadcaster HD. It's garbage. The problem with that card is that it has built-in H.264 compression in hardware. You cannot get a direct frame buffer output. It is only the H.264 stream. So it's garbage quality, and you cannot configure how it handles the VGA framing timing. Okay, it's rebooted. Let's move everything over to Windows. Yeah, we all know that's not happening. Vert Manager, yay, woo, so fun. No active connections to install on. What? There we go. Okay. Yep, local media. Let's look for the ISO, volumes, whatever. No. That's right. No. All right, create pool. Yes, folder. No, that's not where. Home. Open. Yeah. There. Add. No. Cancel. Rescan. Browse. Where is it? Here we go. Home. This. Okay. Choose the operating system. Don't automatically detect. Ubuntu 2004 LTS forward. Emulator may not have search permission for the, yeah, I'm pretty sure it does, whatever. Okay. I'll have a new Appimage compiled for a Core 2 up in a minute. Oh, well then I'm wasting my time. All right. I appreciate that. 8192. I'm just gonna keep on going with this, just in case that doesn't work. Yeah, for reference, it is a Haswell i5 4670K that the Stream PC actually runs on. This is just the test system. I guess in theory I should realistically run it on that, the real computer. I don't know what host provider you're using, but it's absolutely
And
just
Starbucks
Nextcloud.
subscribed at tier 3. They've subscribed for 41 months, currently on a 41-month streak. And says hello. What are we breaking today? End of line.
Dave Starbuck, thank you for the tier 3 sub, holy moly, and for 41 months. That's, I think, this many there. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. We are currently breaking my brain trying to get my VGA Capture software driver things running and being very sad about it constantly because none of it works. Well, that one doesn't have executable permissions. That's fine. chmod plus x. Now we run it. Oh, hello. That just ran. Okay. So that's it. That's VCS. So we can do up here, no, control panel. All right. This is how you set up VCS. All right. And then we can use the video presets, configure the stuff. I don't have the drivers installed on this system. We now just, now we need to install the drivers on this machine.
It says CHER 100. No signal. By your command.
Okay. That's a real good sign there. Okay. Let me think about how I want to handle this. So we should go back to this machine. Okay, hold on. Thank you so much for leaving. Okay, hold on. I'm just going to get rid of this. Get out of here. I'm going to leave it running in the background, whatever. I don't know. It's just like, it's just blah, 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 blah. Okay. Ducks and runs. No Windows. I've already shown that it works perfectly fine on Windows, though. Okay. I want this here. Okay, so it's in downloads. Okay, hold on. I'm going to the computer. I'm unplugging my phone. I'm plugging in a network cable. Boop. Okay. No, I don't want to use KDE Wallet. That's also super dumb and I hate it. Okay. And then IPA. I'm full of opinions today. 137. Okay. I don't know why I'm copying it because I'm not going to use that. Okay. VCS is really hard to search for. Yes, it is. Imagine just abandoning VCS would be the easier solution. There is no replacement. Okay. SSH 192.168.1.37. Connection refused. Ah, jeez. Why doesn't every computer come with OpenSSH installed automatically? Sudo apt install OpenSSH server. Yes.
OLN subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 41 months, currently on a 37-month streak. And says, I just saw your IP address, now I'm gonna hack you. End of line.
You know what's funny is if I hadn't done that before, you would have actually seen the real IPv4 address of that phone. Because I was using it with tethering directly. But oh, I thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 41 months. I appreciate that. Oh, man. The profiles switch automatically by matching resolutions. I have demonstrated in my How VGA Capture Works video that software will change resolutions constantly while you are using it. So you have to have the software be able to automatically change the profiles on the fly as the resolutions change. It's a nightmare. I really know she's fine. CG now with almost all. I know, yeah. It's still a lot riskier than the local IPv4 address. Anyway, this is working. Okay, ls. Downloads, data path. What? It's downloads, data path. No, it's vision install. Wonder if CGA capture is easier? Yes, because it's digital. It's way easier. Vision install. That's what I want. Okay. So we're going to grab this. Yoink. And then we're going to exit. And then we're going to do this. And we're going to do that. And then we're going to do this. And then we're going to do this. And then we're going to do that. And then we're going to do this. Oh, you can't see what I'm doing. I'm typing a bunch of stuff in to make Linux happen. What is that sensible nonsense for leave? Why would I do that? Why wouldn't I just install the drivers live, you know? Okay, so now cd vision install make clean. All right, and then sudo scripts install current. Hold on. It's a nice idea I've got there, but I need to do a different thing first. I need to go here, and then I need to uninstall the old version first, or else it'll get all cranky like sudo, oh, hold on, sudo scripts uninstall. There we go. Now we can go back to this one and we can install. Boom. Do I wish to install it? Yes. Are we patching the driver? This is already patched. That's why I pulled it from the other machine. Oh my gosh. Ah. Let's do this, whatever. Okay, do I wish to install the sample you know what? Sure, why not? Do I wish to accept the data path license? Not really, but I'm going to anyway. See, Windows, your eyes are bleeding? This is Linux. I don't know what you're talking about. This is very, very Linux.
JJDB 210S subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 44 months, currently
Oh
on
my gosh.
44 months to read, and says making it default to no sheesh. End of line.
JJ, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 44 months. I appreciate that. Sorry, wrong chat, yeah. Don't worry, we will see no Windows today. I kind of regret building this program. This is taking forever. I forgot how long this takes. I should have said no. I'm good. I wonder, did it like do the thing with the LD config already? Could I just run the app image? Control panel, channel. One or more required features for capture is not supported on...
100 Shelby doesn't even have usable windows in the office walls. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. API, data path, vision, resolution, frame rate, output, video presets. Opening dev video. Qt plugin. Cannot find Qt platform plugin Wayland. Well, hopefully that's not needed. Yeah, I'll just let this finish in case it needs like LD config or something. I don't know. How is that seriously the OpenCV website? Yeah, I'll just have my phone ready in case I need to emergency stream from it. Do I need to reboot after installing drivers anyway? Potentially. Wow, I really regret compiling this program. Okay, that was a mistake. one moment while I'm setting up the VGA capture subject, just so that we can actually test it correctly. Because this is on the real VGA capture system, so there are machines and things wired to this. How big is the sample application? Oh, hey, look, it finished. Okay. Flash is up today. Okay, yeah, that's probably important to making it actually work and stuff. Okay, let's try this one more time. Running console. No signal. Okay. We should be on input 2. So channel 1, channel 2, channel 3. Why are none of these working? It also isn't like telling me what it is, which is a little weird. Wait, capturing on dev 4. Wait a minute. Oh, it's working! Aha! There we go! It's functional! Oh my gosh! Oh, thank you so much for... Oh man, that is nice! Okay. Sweet. Okay. So that's actual VGA capture, 1024 by 768. So here, let me show you an example of why... oh, they changed how this works. You can't right-click for a pixel zoom anymore. So if I go to video presets, we're going to add a preset. Okay, we're going to set it to 1024 768. So we can see here, this is a little dim and it's shifted to the left. What's this recapturing that from? Don't worry about it. Unless you know, because you've emailed me. Because the person who's emailed me, I don't know, I think they watch Twitch, but I don't know what their Twitch username is, I think. Anyway, so we can change the horizontal position. Oh, why is that not locking? Resolution. Why is that not updating? Capture. Output. Video presets. Why? Yeah, that should match. Horizontal position. Do we have to update it or something? That doesn't make sense. Let's just save as test. Save. No, I didn't. No, it wasn't it. Refresh rate. No. Why? Phase adjustment's not working. Maybe I should reboot. Maybe it isn't working correctly. I don't know. Color domain. So does this change anything? No. It's not that I can see. Yeah, okay. Now I think I should reboot. Why is it that camera? There we go. Okay. You're getting... Actually, hold on. We shouldn't use this. Stop. Turn off Wi-Fi. Turn on WireGuard. Now. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to reboot the streaming PC here. Restart now. To be able to hear me right now, I'm just gonna go over to my other computer and turn on my remote server connections. Make sure this is actually working correctly. For some reason, the computer's being a pain in the butt. that's a new one. Over here. I can't open the KDE menu. What? Oh, there it almost went. Okay, that's kind of weird. Can I do it over here? No. Cool. Well, I can just bring up chat over here. Love the phone mic. Yeah. Phone audio works perfect. Okay. So we just got to wait for this to reboot. And then we'll be able to continue. I'll be able to restart the stream on there. Phone audio is glitchy. Oh, well, there is literally nothing I can do about that other than just wait for this to finish rebooting. Okay. So now we just set this up, connect to the network, reconfigure audio. Boom, boom. Okay, now get that out of here. Okay, no machine, I don't want to update. Okay, now I launch the desktop connection. Get out of here, Nextcloud, no one likes you. Gap. Open desktop. Okay, now we have that. And then OBS. Oh gosh, it's going to talk forever. Run OBS normally. Now we got OBS. I'm going to pop this over here. Start recording. And there we go. That should be back to normal now. Let me get chat up. Yeah, it's gonna yak for a bunch now.
100-MINI-DV to anything adapters apparently can grow legs and walk off, as mine do that too. End of line.
Okay.
100
now.
End of line. 89 Raiders have joined.
Let's see. If we run this now again, will it actually work?
100 VGA Capture now got my attention. End of line.
Oh, I can't right-click that. That kind of sucks.
100 deep breath Shelby. End of line.
Okay.
So channel. Prime. End of line. Laura Kuhn says 100 the hardest possible way. Does that include the variable
now? Wow, look how
or is that
bad
next
that
level
is. Ooh, but I think that means it's working.
End of line.
Yes.
Subscribed at tier 3.
Okay, I think the V4L parameters weren't working correctly before. Now it's working beautifully.
What are we breaking today?
So we can adjust the horizontal position. Oh, that's exactly what we want. Yes! It's flawless now. Okay. So what I can do is I can go into OBS. I can add a, I guess, Pipewire screen capture. Gross. And we're going to select the window that is VCS capture. All right. And then we can put that there. And then as I adjust the settings, you can see how that impacts it. So I'm going to go down here. I'm going to adjust the red RGB contrast here. So it should be something more like that. That looks a lot better. So the horizontal position is not ideal. Neither is the size. So we're going to go about there. Size is, excuse me, too big. I screwed up the size, so I will need to look up what 1024 by 768. You know what? We can just do this too. Then I can make a new preset 900. That doesn't sound right. Horizontal size 900 for that size. Not so sure about that. Let's match resolution. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be 900. Let's see. So it's tiny VGA, I think it is, for all the timing stuff. So this is like my most favorite website of all time. Okay, so 60 hertz, 1024 by 768. Horizontal pixels should be 1020, no, Whole line 1344. So I'm just going to bump this up. Boom, and now I can shift this over. And there we go. That should be nearly pixel perfect capture now. So, oh man, okay, that's awesome. So here's the other fun thing. I can go over here and switch this to... I said we weren't going to do Windows. I lied. There's Windows 98. So here's where this matters. So we're going to set a new preset. All right. Set resolution 720 by 400. And then I can do the same thing here. So the horizontal size is a little different. Horizontal position, a little different. Actually, maybe I do want that to be 900. So this is how you go through and you configure all of this stuff. The video needs enhanced contrast. Okay, so we have something different here. We can see that that is very out of phase, but this is a different video card, and the phase is actually quite different on this one from the other card. So I need to adjust the phase to about 8 is correct on this card. So right there will look a lot better. Resize the capture and kept the same top left position. Yes, because we are doing pixel perfect capture. So I think that gives you an idea of what I'm after and why this is the best option for this. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for compiling the Appimage. Oh my gosh. I probably would have got there eventually, but you made that so much easier. Seriously, thank you. Oh man. Now keep the app image for all eternity? Yeah, no kidding. Wasn't sure if you use bottom right as anchor. So when I do real perfect, pixel perfect capture, I always align it to the top left of the video frame, because then I only have to crop one side, and it's easiest to crop the right and bottom side because typically top left is 0, 0. Yeah, that probably looks pretty good, and this isn't even what I would consider like actual video quality dialed in yet, because I have not pixel peeped this. So generally what I would do at this point, if I hide this, VCS used to have a feature where you could right click this and then it would zoom, it would pixel double. I don't know why it doesn't do that anymore. But another thing you can do, output, you can do relative 2x. So with that, I can go in here and then I can really dial stuff in. So like I was talking about with the phase. So phase is where you see ghosting in the video. Unfortunately, there is just going to be ghosting in this capture because I'm using a really terrible way of doing this, but so we can adjust. Oh, that's the black level. We don't want to touch that actually. That's vertical position. We also don't want to touch that. How about I actually click phase here? So this is what I would be adjusting to make sure that this looks correct. So I would go in here and find the value for phase that has the least amount of distortion. So yeah, this is the kind of low-level tuning that I'll do when I'm trying to really dial this in. Yeah, it seems like 8 to, yeah, maybe 11 more, so nah, 9 or 8 seems to be where it's really dialed in. Now, unfortunately, we do have some ringing. So if I cheater zoom here, really dial this in, you can see there is a slightly darker line behind that. It's because I'm using Cat5 network extenders for the video signal, because the computer we are capturing is all the way across the room over there. So it's a little far away. You cannot just run a VGA cable that far. It will look worse than this. But yeah, so that should give you an idea of what I'm going for here. Let me catch up here. 300 feet of VGA cable, yeah, it does not help. Auto is unusable. No, it's you. So I have a video titled How VGA Capture, or How VGA Works, and I would highly recommend anyone who doesn't quite fully understand why this matters to go watch that. No, this is not the Tiny Pentium. This is actually the new Windows 98 PC. VGA, in theory, is standardized, but in practice is not. And the video outputs from different video cards can be different. So, for example, I have the Tiny Pentium that Digital Ice Age mentioned. That's a different computer that I have. The Voodoo 2 in that has a different vertical blinking period than the Verge DX or S3 Verge DX card that's on the motherboard. So when you change from 2D to 3D, the image shifts up. So it's not as easy as you would think. How badly do LCD monitors deal with this then? You don't notice it because you don't look for it. Because when you're just looking at a monitor, it's fine. It doesn't matter as much. But when you're doing video capture, if I captured video at the quality that an LCD monitor does, you would then have that compressed, encoded, sent over YouTube, whatever, and then your monitor would again do the exact same level of stretching and fitting to put it on the screen. So you are doubling the kinds of failures there. Sold no SKU, cat cable to go with their VGA. Well, it's more about how the amplification works. So no SKU, cat cable ensures all the pairs of the same length, so RGB signals all arrive at the same time. That's not what's happening. There is a gain that is applied to the video signal that amplifies it so that it can travel over the run of the cable. Unfortunately, I didn't think about this before I did my cable runs, and I should have matched the length of the cable to the gain settings. Because if I undershoot it, then we get darkening after the bright spots, and if I overshoot it, then we get ringing. So I'm at the best spot I can, the closest gain level for my cable length, but it's not perfect. Yeah, so my extenders have gain levels, but I didn't think to match. They're fixed position gain levels. They're not infinitely adjustable. I didn't think to match the gain level with the cable length. It's all analog fun, yeah. This capture card is PCIe. So the one that we are currently using to show you that is a DataPath Vision HD4. It is a 4-input VGA capture card. Technically 4-input DVI capture card too, which is also means HDMI. Yeah. As far as Extron stuff though, I have that too. This is, if that's working correctly here, well, I guess, I mean, it is. That is Extron right there. But that's just a scaler. I can do this. And now you're seeing the Windows video through the Extron scaler. So I actually had to adjust this because the VGA output on the other computer that's running Lenspire is a little hot. So it has brighter output. You know, it's not dark. That's because I have it set differently. If I go to the brightness settings here, let's see, brightness. So I'm going to set contrast back to 64, which is middle. That'll look a lot more normal. There we go. So, but all hardware. Watch VGA and VGA cable run videos. Yeah, see, I didn't know about the cable lengths when I was doing that, unfortunately, or else I would have figured out what my minimum length I needed was and then tested the VGA extenders. But on the other hand, it would have been really hard to figure out exactly how long the cables needed to be to match a length. So, but I could have tested like the first cable and figured out, oh, if it was slightly longer, it would be better, than done that, but oh well. So, yeah. Let's see. Isn't that VGA also requires impedance matching on both sides of the connection? My setup's a little weirder than that. Technically, yes, though. So, again, in the mini view here, this camera, okay, is on an arm, and then approximately 20 feet away over there is where the computer is you're seeing the video capture from, because I have them over there. So I have VGA video extenders that run through network cables that are not packetized. It's not digitized. They're just, I'm abusing the network cables that are run through the walls that send the video from one side of the room to the other. Cursing Panasonic E510 that I use is TBC. Ooh, well, at least you have a TBC. For some reason, this video is black and white. Oh, no. So you've lost the chrominance channel. Analog through analog comes many foibles is analog digital conversion. Yeah. See, if I was doing the analog digital conversion, I would have to have the data path card over there. That's the problem. Which means that I would have to have the computer over there, which means that all the streaming hardware would have to be over there. And there's a limited amount of space, and I wanted the desk that has the vintage computer stuff to only be the vintage computer stuff. So that's why it's all over here. Other options, have a PC on wheels you can move around. I can't easily show this, can I? Oh, there it is. Right there. Okay. PC wheels. I did, but the problem is there is a trunk of cables going into it that I cannot easily move around. Imagine PCI Express over Ethernet, yeah. Oh man, okay. We got that done. That's actually working. Also, slab of wood on the floor. It's not that heavy, unless you're talking about the stupid wood that the chair has to go over. Yeah, I hate that wood. Always ended up being about space. Gotta buy a warehouse. Yeah, well, I mean, I would need redundant hardware. I would need video capture hardware over there and over here. It's just, ugh. All right. We solved the problems. And that's why it's all over here. I don't want the... let me put it this.
To subscribe with Prime. They've subscribed for 6 months. End of line.
The Deck Talk has a limited command buffer, and when it resent all of the subs and donations and stuff, it filled the buffer and then errored out. So it left it in an error state. That's what happened. But HoshiTube, thank you for the Prime sub and for 6 months. I appreciate that. Anyway, I only want, that's what I need to say. I only want vintage computers at the vintage computer desk. I don't want the video capture hardware over there. So I use the network video extenders to get all of that over to here so that all of the modern stuff is in one area and all the vintage stuff is in another area. So that's why the extenders. Solvable problem with the cables, need longer ones. No. I actually tried to do longer cables for the capture.
Commander in Shelby. Raid open start. CHER 100 by your command.
Thank you for the 100 bits, Majago. Yeah. Anyway, longer VGA cables don't work. You just get weirder issues. Laser composite extender. I see no reason that wouldn't work. That's kind of awesome. Wow, I was hitting the coffee hard today. Finished it in a normal amount of time. Now what? Now we got 2 hours. Oh, for the, yeah, well, it's still kind of the same issue. Longer cables, more analog issues. Use grab security video from a quarter mile away. Holy moly. Vendor stuff's over there. Why is the data general behind me? Because it doesn't have VGA. There you go. Take it all apart and see if it still works. Yeah. We can decommission this though. So we can shut that down. Oh, that's nice. We're done with that. I need to go hit a button. This button. Wait, that's external DVI. Yeah, that's probably the one I want. Yeah, it is. Okay. All right, let's shut this down. I can pull the data path card out of there so I can put it back in the bag. That was totally the password. What are you talking about? Unless caps lock was on. No, it's not. Okay. Back up to working. Data path install. I will for sure. 100%. I will grab a thing to put that on right now.
Has subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 21 months. End of line.
G-Pin, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 21 months. That's 16, 4, 1, 21 there. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. So no HDMI cable longer than 2 meters because it won't work. Yeah, okay. That camera on a like a 30-foot cable, maybe 20 or 25 feet, but long cable. Actually, this camera too, but for dumber reasons. All right. I'm just popping these files on a drive so I can take them home, put them on my server. Boom. Okay. So I will have the video capture files saved now. Oh my gosh. Ever tried Real 32 multi-user DOS? No. Time to try the VMware portable app thingy? You know, I almost kind of want to, but that probably, we would have to find it first. I don't know how easy that's going to be. Don't know if someone has it archived or if I would just be better off trying to find like a box copy on eBay. I don't remember how I got it even. I might even have my original copy on my hard drive somewhere in my server. So I might be better off looking through there on my own later. All right, the files are now backed up. I will get those home and uploaded to my server. Okay. Whew. Well, that was a thing. Came with an old version of Workstation. Well, that's definitely not where I got it. Oh, man. Okay. Yeah, now what? Still waiting for this to shut down. It's, you know, a server, so it's got to make everything awful. There we go. You know, there's a question I gotta wonder. Should I leave that SATA drive in there since it's a newer version of Ubuntu? You know what? I think I will. I think I'll leave it with 2504. And yeah, I just got to pull the data path card. I don't want to forget that it's in there because I will need it for a future video when I eventually talk about VGA capture. You know, it just occurred to me that it's going to be real hard to recommend the data path cards for VGA capture when I can't recommend you use the software that I use for it. Oh my gosh. Why is VGA capture so awful? No, Ben, because the way that we set it up this time, it should be, knock on compressed wood fuzz, resilient to that now. Those are legitimately registered Arizona license plates. Yes, they are real. Oh, focus hinting is on. There we go. Not to mention it's dependent on blob drivers may stop development at any time. I mean, well, that's true for any vendor. For any hardware. I mean, it's pretty good. This card is old, okay? Like, let's see if we can find a date on the card. The fact that it's supported on even reasonably modern Linux at all is impressive. Let's see. Date code anywhere. I see 1150. I would believe 2011 for a DataPath Vision RGB E1S. Unlike capturing composite video, which is simple, I mean, I would rather capture a composite video than VGA any day of the week. Oh wait, I gotta put the specialty wood block back in there. Got a couple of hours to fire up KiCad? Why? Possible drivers won't work next Ubuntu kernel 6.5 anymore without patching. Yay! This card isn't bad. It does have problems. 640 by 480, by the way, doesn't capture correctly on this. That's a fun one. Spend the rest of the stream playing Factorio. I have not touched my Factorio save in a while, so that would not be trivial to get up and going. The last thing I was doing in Factorio was I finished the game in Space Age, and then I started, finally, after doing everything, trying quality, and I determined quality does suck as much as I thought it would be, or as much as it would. It is super duper annoying. I really hate it. Oh. Oh yeah, I should shut down all the computers over here. Ah. Okay. I'm sure the plug-and-play monitor's fine, Windows. You don't have to think about it too hard. Shut down. Said shut down. There we go. Oh my gosh. I'm just catching up on chat while I wait for a thing. If you're not lifting that heavy beast of computer with your back, nah, it's fine. Quality is great. No. The really annoying part about quality is how long it takes to bootstrap it, because I think pretty much everyone clued in almost instantly that there is zero reason to use any of the lower qualities, because it just makes your life awful. So you should jump straight from low level to high level if you're trying to do like buildings and stuff. So you have to bootstrap everything so that you can more easily produce high-level buildings. It's just very annoying. With one of those mods that has 100 level quality. Oh my gosh. Oh man. Did we work on the camera software for the, for the archiving robot? Spent half the stream yesterday working on VGA stuff when it was titled Auto Publisher work, and now we're going to spend half the stream today working on the Auto Publisher when it was titled the VGA Capture work. Freefall, I would say there are two kinds of gamers. Satisfactory and Factorio. I think Satisfactory cannot hold a candle to Factorio. I like it, don't get me wrong, but it has problems. Could always break the VGA capture again, spend an hour and a half fixing it. Yeah. Yeah, I guess we go work on the other stuff. To get a replacement Amiga PSU? Not yet. Never tried Satisfactory or Factorio. Used a modded Minecraft. I will say Create pulls a lot from Factorio. That's why the arms are all over in there. I didn't realize that. I actually played Create mod before Factorio because I knew Create or Factorio would eat my life. So I didn't want to. And I was right. Okay, so here, and then boop, that, and then boop, that. There we go. What's wrong with the Amiga? I missed that. The power supply. Oh, is that a window to outside or a corridor? It's not. You can't see anything out of it. So, yeah. Minecraft mods are kind of the inspiration for Satisfactory and Factorio. I don't think that's true. Pretty sure Factorio is, like, old. Is it 2016 at minimum? I mean, Minecraft was around for 5 years at that point, but, like, I don't think there were any of the mechanical engineering mod type things at that point. Factorio was released in 2020. Are you talking about 1.0 or pre 1.0?
With my eyesight, even if it was a window, I probably couldn't see anything out of it. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. I know TechHit, yeah, but TechHit was like weird. I don't know. There was nothing belt-based in Minecraft, as far as I'm aware, before that. It was all like tubes. But I will admit, I didn't actually play any of that, so I'm not 100% sure. Let's see. I guess I can fire up the USB hub. Yeah, early release was 2016. That's what I thought. Yeah. And while you can go back and play a very early version of that, it's difficult to find. I think... oh my gosh, I've been playing too much No Man's Sky. Now all I can think is Korvax. I can't remember his username. The main initial dev behind Factorio posted an alpha build of it. And you can go back and play that, and it's still belt-based and all that stuff, so it's different. Okay. Hold on, just getting power going to the robot. Power. There we go. Okay. Where is USB cable? That's it. Okay, and boom. All right. Okay, so I guess I should change the stream title at least. Where's my CD? It's not in any of these. Okay. I'll change the title on Twitch, YouTube. Consider this bonus content. Or like, we solved the actual problem I wanted to today, and now we're working on a different thing. More CD robot nonsense. Okay. Where did I put the file for CD robot camera stuff? I don't know if I camera.py. I wonder where that is. It's not here. Wait, it might be in Kate. It was a recent document. Hold on. Is all the V4L stuff sorted? So that was never a problem in the current series of things for The drivers. Oh, wait. You're talking about the camera. For the... Here, I'll just show you in a second. Oh, wait. Is it in here? No. Oh, I'll just put it here for now. Okay, we're going to work on it right here. Okay, for the robot. Yes. So if I just run camera here, if I add the executable flag to the camera, and then I run the camera thing, all right, I will remember that I need to turn off the light above it. Really just want to feed SVHS DEX tapes and save them in modern format. Correct me if I'm wrong here. Do you want to use an SVHS deck for non-SVHS tapes? Because isn't there a reason to not? Anyway, what do you mean line 1, command not found? Okay, I may have forgot to put the Python thing in. Python 3 camera. There we go. There's our photo. Nailed it. Stress my phone. No longer has headphone jack. Yes, because you have TBC. Well, I thought it was more about the way that the heads work for SVHS being slightly different. Not about the TBC. I'm envious of your TBC, by the way, because I have Blackmagic Intensity Pro 4K that I could do nice composite capture with that I can't because I don't have TBC. So, okay, we did get a UVC device, not V4L. We're not touching V4L as far as I'm aware because this handles everything. We do need to figure out focus values. So I say we figure out what our focus values are for the 3 trays here. And then we can just leave these. So 35, I think it's 35, 45, and 55, isn't it? So let's just set this, and then we'll leave 55 as the bottom one. We'll retry this. Which improves video quality more than the downsides. I don't know. I don't know. I just straight up don't know. Anyway, if I were digitizing VHS, what on earth? Is that close? Is that far? Don't know. I would be using Doomsday Duplicator with the dual head CX cards. But I might have a habit of going overkill. Does it take a while to change focus? Yes, that's why we have a sleep command here to wait 1 second. I might need to wait longer than a second. What do you mean video resource busy? How? So I'm going to set that to 3 seconds. It's in camera. It's a Logitech C920. Saving tape about field expedient emergency medicine. Ooh, that sounds like one, yeah, probably don't want to watch. Okay, 45 is closer. Maybe 35 was correct and I just didn't give it long enough to focus. 35. You overkill doesn't seem like you at all, yeah. Good camera other than focus speed? Yeah. Well, we'll see if we can get it. There we go. Perfect. Okay, so it was correct the first time, just didn't give it enough of a delay. That is very overexposed and terrible white balance. Sucks that the drive tray covers it, but there is literally nothing I can do about that right now. When I change it out for Blu-ray drives, maybe that'll be better. But we'll see. Okay. It's for reference anyway? Yeah, exactly. Just about to say about the lip coverage? Yeah, it's not solvable. Okay. Ugh. Says it's only going to be for your own documentation, not actually archiving photos of disk. Correct. Yes. This is basically to be able to say, okay, it archived a disk, but I think the metadata is wrong or something. Like maybe I typed in the wrong file name. Let me open up the image of the CD to make sure that that matches. Then I can just quickly confirm, like, oh, wait, no, that wasn't, disk 2 of this set. That was disk 3. I got it backwards or something. It's just for like easy reference like that. Okay, what do we have to import here? So Linux Pi video device, and I think we did not have to install Linux Pi, so in theory, that should be free to add. Okay. So your old job had drives with custom firmware that made them go out farther or something? Interesting. I wish. But it was really janky, yeah. I've never been able to get into a Hat in Time. I have tried really hard. It just feels hollow. I don't know how to describe it other than that. There's just something about a Hat in Time I just bounce off of every single time. I want to like it, but I just don't. Now let's try git, pull, origin, web, just to make sure. Yeah, no changes, okay. All right, let's think about how we want to handle this. It didn't work half the time. Nah, hair. You know how easy it is to put my hair up into a hat? When you have long hair, you realize this. This is a cakewalk. All right. Hat, hair, grab the hair, pull it back, twist twice. Boom. Ridiculously easy. I do that all the time. Just wanted to see the demo? Yeah. Saw that by having no hair. Yeah, you're working on a car, you don't want... Oh, the Microsoft Surface crashed. That's weird. You don't want your hair getting stuck in stuff. Hair just looks so scrunchy, yeah. My hair and hair ties do not get along. All right, just delete that. We don't want that there. Okay, full hair care routine. It's not important. Okay, used to burn my hair while soldering all the time before I learned better. Ouch. Yeah, I don't have that problem as much. Okay. I think we should put all of the camera stuff into the controller handler that we can. You have nerves in your nose when you smell the burnt hair. Okay, so let's go over things we need to expose, settings-wise. Let's do a thing here. Camera defaults. Okay. Video ID. Okay, so 0. It's not an equals. It's a this, and that needs to be a string. So this is the dev video number ID for the camera to use. Camera setting values. Okay, so that's parameter 1. We definitely need width and height. These are more self-explanatory. Image X, 1920. Image Y. Actually, you know what? I should change that. We'll call this camera X, camera Y, but we'll leave those. Camera X, camera Y. Because we are going to use, where is it? It's in, where do we crop? I do this somewhere with wand. Oh, I do it in the photo scanner thing. Simple scan to PDF, yes, this. So, Python wand image magic crop uses, yeah, so it's coordinate based. So top left, bottom right. All right, hold on, I am way behind chat. How's your hair getting in your mouth? I managed to avoid that as well. I have this habit of sticking my hair behind my ears like this all the time. It really bothers me having my hair come in front of my ears, which means that it just doesn't get in my face because it's blocked by my ears. And I've done that so much, all of the follicles are just pointed back like that. So it's really difficult for it to get into my mouth. Had long hair catch on fire before. You don't notice right away, but others around you notice quickly. That's cool. Whoa, man, Dave Starbuck, ouch, the fingernail thing. Yeah, that's truly terrible. I've lost a thumbnail before by cause of just smacking it with a sledgehammer. That's a long story of putting in fence posts. I'll just leave it at that. Had a baseball cap ignite while welding. I don't think that that's a face mask that you're supposed to wear while welding. I hope your eye protection wasn't safety squints. Yeah, we're back to the auto publisher. How do I want to handle this? So I want to be able to, we have to set the camera sensor resolution.
FCHEER 100 makes a note. Don't challenge Shelby to fencing. End of line.
Yeah. Thank you for the 100 bits. Had the mask, but I wore a cap to protect your bald head. Okay. Oh, that kind of makes, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Would a fancy pants one have a hood attached to it then? Probably. I don't know. I've never welded. I want to, but it's one of those things where it's like I kind of have enough hobbies and projects and tools, and I don't have 240 readily available in a garage, so probably just not gonna do it ever. What CDs would be its favorite? Well, since it's from 2007, I'm going to guess really lame pop. You can buy Harbor Freight, yeah. Okay. Should it just be like X0, Y0, then X1, Y1, maybe? How about we just call this crop? Crop X0, Y0. Yeah, that's probably smarter. So we'll just make this 0, 0, and then like that. Okay. The color space thing, we're not going to mess with that. I suspect almost every single webcam is the same, and if they're not, that's going to really suck. So I either want it to not do that or not have to worry about it, because that's going to be rough. I don't think I'd have, well, let me put it this way. I don't really talk to neighbors, so that wouldn't be possible. Okay, so we need a focus position, and we're going to end up changing that. So, do I want, how do I want to handle this? So we could do just focus as like fixed focus. I don't know if that's the right call though, or if we should have focus as an array. For the auto publisher, we should have focus as an array. I'm trying to think of how I would implement this in other situations. Didn't change. Oh, good catch. Thank you. Talking to neighbors is still a thing? Ah. So let me go through what the supported controllers are. So we have Auto Publisher, we have Disk Robot Generic. Both of those are multi-drive. We have Grease Weasel, which can be multi-drive, but due to the manual nature of the Grease Weasel, you would probably use a platform, just your desk table surface for taking photos of stuff. But it's also so manual that I'm not even sure how well it's going to work in the web interface, actually. So that would probably be a single photo thing. Robo Racer, I don't think we can. That would be single, but I'm not even sure we can do that. Generic CD drive. So let's say we have a desktop and you put a webcam. You could have multiple drives in your desktop, and then it would basically be the same as this. Nah, it's way too complicated, MB. I'm trying to minimize the specific dependencies of the stuff. You know what? I'll just make it. We're not even going to put it in there. Focus will just be handled per shot. That's how we'll do it. Spathini EXIF for description of the disk image. Oh my gosh, that sounds awful. No, definitely not. I could see a case being made for deleting these images when you're done if you properly scan the CD. I think what we'll do is in the controller handler, we'll have like def photo drive. I have zero standards for how to do this stuff, by the way. I'm the best programmer of all time. Self. You know what? We can do it this way. Focus. Every time I say focus, by the way, I get less than stuck in my head. What we'll do is focus here equals none. All right. And then if focus is not none, then focus equals it'll be self dot settings, or you know what, it'll be use default focus. We'll get to that later. Return, just so it doesn't complain. I heard you want a description of the image of what you just imaged. The user types that in when they do it. I don't want any metadata in the image. That sounds like a nightmare. Description, just see. I don't know when I said description. I have no recollection of that. If I did, I may have not fully formed the thought, and it's not related to the photo. Okay, so focus. We'll figure that out. Okay, anything else? This gets the frame from the camera after we set it all up. This gets the data. This byte swaps it. That converts it into bytes. We print the byte string because we're weirdos. Can an error state make it focus to infinity? Well, I don't know. This is using wand to save the image. Okay. We needed a name. Photo drive name equals none. Okay. Programming is so alien to me. Organic or biochemistry any day. The biggest problem with programming is not knowing how the languages work. Because once you learn one or two languages, you'll kind of understand how they all work. The bigger problem is understanding that you have to interface with a lot of libraries to do anything with modern computers, and that libraries are written by humans, and humans are terrible. So it becomes less of a pain of yourself and learning how to do the things, and more of the pain of understanding that you're going to have to read a lot of documentation, and that documentation is awful, and that you're going to have to learn how to understand what they were thinking. That's the real pain. And many times, just going to the source code for the library is easier to understand than reading their documentation. So that's the real pain of programming, which, interestingly, is the organic portion of it. I was having enough trouble trying to remember how to program in Sinclair Basic earlier. Basic is unique. It's one of those ones, I would say Basic, Python, C. Those are some good fundamental languages that are all fairly unique, where the principles of them will transfer to other languages. But stuff like Lisp, Forth, you know, the classic strong older languages are not as useful. Just nah. Sorry, people who like to program in those, but no. But the reason I say those three, Python, Basic, C, you can learn one of those, and that skill does not translate to any of the others, because the syntax is so fundamentally different. But if you learn those three then you'll start to get a broad enough knowledge base that you can start to understand when you encounter something else that's weird. What is vibe coding, by the way? It sounds like new age nonsense. Basically, you don't write the software. You come up with an idea for software, and you write the comments for it, and then you have an AI try and fill in what the code would do, essentially. So check if media sample should be handled by this type. We would just put that comment in there, and then we would hope that the AI would come up with this line that would work. Dave Starbuck, that is the correct takeaway from that. We are in for some bad times. I am having a hard time getting into the programming mindset for this right now. Okay, so we're going to need to take the photo. We're going to need to save the image. Yes. Ben, yeah. Are people still getting jobs as prompt engineers too? Because, like, all this stuff is ephemeral. Well, Chloe, that was not that was misrepresented by people who want to sensationalize it. It was a test code base that they were running it on, and no real data was actually lost. Disappointingly enough, yeah. All right, people who do know Python, what do we think about the idea of doing something gross, like putting this here? So we only import it if we actually try to take a photo. On the one hand, I like it because we'll only use it if we're actually using the camera, which we're not guaranteed to always be doing. But on the other hand, is that like a problem to be constantly importing it? Because that's not an uncommon approach, because I hate it. But it feels like kind of the right thing to do here. Why not? I know, that's the thing. You can get away with a lot of despicable things in Python like this. I think I should. I think this is... Oh, not that function, but this one. Yeah. Definitely not the worst thing you've seen today. Oh, gosh. Put it behind a try block to see if device exists. That's kind of part of the why I want to do it. So the way that I've done that for other things, Paul Guy, so if we go to, let's say, I don't know, this, no, this, no. Here we go, PyUdev. So for other things where there's been an import where it's most likely the first import in the program, if it's not there, it tries to import it and then throws an exception and then force exits. This was the way of me building documentation into the program for what you need to install, which is terrible, but you don't need to install this, though. This is the thing. Linux Pi should be on every single system, but we don't need to import it if you're not using a camera. Needed to flush a buffer doing multiple reads, so I just copied the read line a couple of times. Love it. That's peak, like, don't want to try. Yeah, but Linux Pi will always be available because it's a built-in. This is not supported on Windows, so it'll always be there. Did you work out help documentation system that Python has with doc strings? Yeah, basically if I put this here, then this will have this as a help output.
77 RAers from T2SDE have joined. End of line.
T2SDE and Raiders, hello and welcome. Today has been a mixed bag of like different random projects today. So earlier we finished up getting my VGA capture system functional again on a more recent version of Ubuntu that's running Wayland. The drivers for my datapath cards are funky. Right now we are working on a integration with my CD changing robot where we have a camera built into it. So this is the view from the camera. I can take something that's not supposed to be there, like this super disk, and I can put it on top of that tray, and I can rerun the camera stuff here. And that's calling this file, which is 100% Python, no sub-processes or anything like that. And we get a photo using the Linux UVC USB video camera stuff. We get a photo from a webcam that's permanently mounted on the CD changer now, and we're going to use that for taking pictures of the disk labels after the robot drops the disk on the tray. So I'm currently trying to work out the best way to integrate this code into the rest of my code so that it's usable for different operations in my software, because my software can control both this robot and a number of other things. So I'm trying to figure out a way of abstracting it here. So it's just the, pulled API design thing that's kind of not fun. Where it's really easy to over-engineer something before you're actually utilizing it. So I'm trying to think of sensible methods of doing this. Yeah, it's surprisingly not that horrible to get a video or a photo still from webcam. You do have to figure out the color space codecs, and then you have to byte swap it. And then I'm importing it into a Python wrapped version of ImageMagick called Wand, so that I can actually save the data. It's a little weird, but you can do it all from Python. Okay. Okay, so camera defaults. The way this will work is I can close all of this. We'll have something like the auto publisher, which has its own settings here. So we have config data. This config data is important because the way that my software works, you can export this data to a JSON file, modify it, and then reload it. So we're going to have to put our camera settings in this. Excuse me. So I think we will want, I need to figure out how I want to handle this. So camera defaults. I want the camera to be supported by any controller type. So I want all that code in the super class, which means I need to define the data structure there. But then you would just copy this into that and then modify it. I'm currently trying to decide if we use config data and then something like camera and then self.camera default. So if I just say, if you're going to support camera, you have that. Because that would mean in this function down here where we're going to actually take the pictures, then we can rely on config data camera existing. So this is where I need to decide the first like API kind of thing. So is this an acceptable solution? Trying to run through in my head the ways that the code executes this. I think that's going to be safe. Yeah, I think that'll work. All right, let's try this. So if focus is not none, or how about if focus is none? Hit the button by accident, that opens up settings. No. We'll set focus equals this camera. I know which keys do what. And then focus. Should not check if camera is present, then do things. So the way this is going to work, maybe we can have camera -1 here. So the way that it'll work is you have a archive 3 drive APLS. You have a configuration file like this. So you'll notice here, this is the default config data. And then we have the real config data right here that gets set. So there'll be a section like cal here that's for camera. And then you would put in your correct video ID here. So what I think you were onto something. We should have video ID be -1. So we should probably check if self figure with blah blah. Okay, if this and then video ID equal -1 return. So that would mean that it was configured. Or if it's not, if it is that, then it wasn't configured. I might even want to return false, actually. Updating all the Windows systems my home to Windows 11. It has been a time. That, ew. Sorry. That sounds terrible. Take a photo of media related to drive using... Well, actually, I think that's just it. Okay. So glad I've been using Linux for almost 2 decades now. Yeah, no kidding. For me, it's only over a decade, but still, yeah. I saw the beta for Windows 8, and I was like, nope, I'm out of here. Goodbye. Okay, I think that's good. I'm thinking through this because we could like check if dev video number path actually exists, but I feel like it should just error naturally if that camera doesn't exist, because that would mean you have a configuration problem. And I don't know that I want to handhold it that much. So wish you luck. See you soon. All right. Isn't Windows supposed to be smart enough now to do like local BitTorrent for updates? Like once you get a couple that are going, shouldn't it go faster? Like you should update them all at once and leave them on during it? Or am I crazy and Windows doesn't do that? Yes, it does do that. Okay. Okay, so this is a good check. Check if, oh my gosh, I am like, my brain is in neutral today for this. I was not mentally prepared for programming. It's mentally prepared for debugging programming, which is weirdly like a different mind state or state of mind. Check if camera is configured. Dave Starbuck, that is a weird way to go because Linux is far worse on laptops, desktops, way worse. Microsoft Surface here needs a special kernel for the touchscreen to work. My everyday laptop, built-in sound card does not work. My last laptop that I used was one of the first generations to use the NVIDIA Primus technology, or Prime, where the DGPU is routed through the iGPU, and it was not well implemented at first. So, yeah, I'm trying to think. I think the last good laptop for Linux I owned was my HP Pavilion DV7 generation 11NR, I want to say, that had a GeForce 9600. But even then, I couldn't play Blu-rays through it that it was meant to be able to do, because Linux Blu-ray weren't a thing yet. Haswell with NVIDIA Optimus, that's what it was called, not Primus, Optimus. Just not using the NVIDIA chip though. I can see that. I really want to try this at some point. I can't remember if there was a technical limitation that made it impossible or not, but I want to try booting on the iGPU in Linux and then passing the DGPU to Windows and then booting a Windows VM with the real GPU fully PCIe passed through so that you could play games on Windows and then have the video forwarded to Linux like that. I feel like it would be possible, but if I remember correctly, I looked it up and that it wasn't. That is a thing you can do. I want to try that at some point. Like, I will just use Proton and play games that way, but I want to try it the other way because it just sounds so cool. Disable NVIDIA GPUs on your... Okay. That might help. Yeah, one of these days I want to try that. All right. Brain, go do think now for code. Okay. Camera device from ID. Okay, we don't need to print like all the information. Okay, so let's, if focus, use default focus. Okay. Let's just move this up here. That way we can have all of the actual stuff by each other. Check focus, or you know what? Nope, that. Find focus value. Okay. Init camera device. Okay. Next laptop for sure won't have an NVIDIA GPU. Yeah, that's not possible for me because I need it for DaVinci Resolve. Intel's virtualization support and iGPUs let you PCIe pass through a virtual GPU. I could not see the output of the virtual GPU. I don't know how that would work. That's weird. Desktop I'm using now is an ARC A750. Not even going to try Linux. Well, actually, aren't the ARC cards like really well supported on Linux? I can't use them because my computers are ancient and don't have, I think it's resizable bar is what I need. But yeah, because there's, I forget what model it is, but I was very, very kindly sent an ARC GPU to try and do AV1 encoding, but then I wouldn't work in my stupid Haswell CPU computer. Vinci works with AMD and Intel GPUs. I would say I will look into that, except I won't because I don't own those. So it's not going to happen. Renoval does support changing clock speed. Ooh, fancy. Time for BIOS modding. You know what? I'm good. Nah. I don't think I want to do that with the most mission critical computer in the office. Okay, this is purely debug. Okay, set capture format. Ooh. Yeah, I think that's all good right there. We bring this in. And then we will use the stuff. Camera X and camera Y. And again, we're just going to kind of hope that all webcams are YU, VU, whatever nonsense. Because that beats trying to figure it out. Problem, broken touchscreen, broken keyboard, broken headphone jack. Has a laptop. Like actual problems, or is it like physically broken, or they don't work on Linux? Line 7 to return. You don't want to return to you? 74. It focuses. Oh, not, you know, initially I had that there because there was no other code, and if I tried to run it, it wouldn't work. Okay, respar UEFI. Resizable bar for almost any UEFI system. Well, that's not BIOS modding. Wait, unless it is. Hold on. Blah, blah. How it works. Modules added to the UEFI firmware DXE volume, so it gets executed on every boot. UEFI patch. Most UEFI firmwares have problems installing. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious, but not super thrilled about trying it. But you remember a while back, I actually built a test bench PC. It's the exact same motherboard as what's in the streaming computer, so we could try it. Physically broken. Ah, okay. Empty code blocks that aren't filled, use pass for empty code blocks. Oh. So I was, yeah, that would be fine. Yeah, that would have been good. I should have just done a print statement instead, though, but yeah. The input threshold for palm rejection is too low. Good grief. That's nice, old one. Okay. Let's get all that nonsense out of here. Focus would be self, or just focus. Time, sleep. Are we importing time? Yes. Okay. And then get frame from camera. Then we get a byte swap, all the nonsense. Extract raw data. Byte swap for wand. RAM has a single bed, but good grief, how do you have the most clunker laptop of all time? Put the wand import up there with the test. It's better than Abacus, yeah. Days in Intel, stuck with the socket for more than one generation, yeah. Oh my gosh. Ugh. Oh, I didn't know that freefall. That is awesome and horrifying. I hate that. Feel like you need one of those bad sector maps like on an old hard drive. Just put that on top of your laptop. RAM used to be really expensive on like DDR5, which is, really cheap now. I don't have the whole like file saving really figured out here. That's a thing. Build path to save image. 120 megabyte RAM is like $400. I know, it's just like RAM has gone the other direction now for some reason in pricing. I don't think it's because of international reasons. It happened before. Apparently I'm working on yawning. We are working on the camera for the CD robot, so it'll take a fresh new picture here, and it'll output to boop that. So here is a fresh picture of the CD tray with the disc in it. We're working on integrating that into the CD robot code so that it can automatically take a picture while we're going with rips. There's only so much sand we can use to make ships, yeah. Can we just start grinding up the old chips, get the sand back? He says, knowing full well he'd rather keep all the old chips. Ugh. I am really tired, apparently. Okay, I need some temp path data stuff. Let's figure this out. So this self-controller ID, that's kind of perfect, actually. So TMP, yeah, we'll save it here. Disk rip, photo. All right, controller ID. And then, hold on, up here, we're going to go ahead and fix the drive name too. Find, or hold on, handle given drive name. RAM density has been a real problem for a long time. Yeah, it's kind of weird. RAM is the one thing where we really did hit like good enough amounts a decade ago. Like you could still get by on 8 gigs of RAM today, realistically. I mean, it would be difficult for web browsers, but you could do it. Like I would not be surprised if I'm using less than 8 gigs of RAM right now on this computer. Let's find out. I'm using 4.5. So, yeah. Speed matters, especially for Factorio, as you were talking about earlier, but, yeah. I don't know if you can use chat and landscape mode on the Twitch app. I don't think so. Software expands to fill the space available? Yeah. 8 gigs is fine enough for Linux, maybe not for Windows 11. I mean... Using 31 gigabyte right now? Depends on what you're doing. Yeah, I could go do some photo stacking and fill that instantly. So, I can't remember, I think I put 64 gigs of RAM in my laptop just because I wanted it to never be a problem again. Because I was doing some astrophoto stacking and, yeah, it's hungry for RAM. So you can use it, but... those kinds of situations, you could also realistically use a cache disk. Okay, if drive name is not none, hold on, drive path equal this, then drive path equals drive name plus boom. Yeah, that'll work. Capturing VHS tape using Handbrake to batch and code like 100 videos. I mean, that's not normal user usage. Let's be real. I have no idea what LibreWolf is. Sounds like it's probably a web browser. Firefox fork. Why? I mean, I know Pocket sucks, but like, you can just hide the button. See, I don't get the billion tabs people. Here, let me show you this revolutionary thing, okay, that they added in web browsers a couple of decades ago. Okay, it's called bookmarks. Whoa! You can use those to come back to old things that you aren't looking at right now. It's kind of crazy, okay? And they're really, really easy to use too, because let's say you're looking at hacker news, you know, whatever. Okay. No. I meant hack a day. Hack a day. Okay, I can type, I swear. And you're looking at tiny VGA. Okay, and like, let's say you need these two things related to each other. Okay, so what you do is you control B, bookmarks, and then you make a folder. Okay, add folder, my hacky VGA project. Okay, and then you just select these two tabs and then bookmark tabs to my hacky VGA project, and boom, there they are. I don't get the billion tabs crowd. Too lazy to manage temporary bookmarks, need to be removed after I'm done with them. I got bad news for you. That's what you're doing with 500 tabs anyway. But you're just making it more likely that you will lose them. Tabs are for stuff I only look at once. I don't know if you're saying you're supporting the idea of bookmarking like I did or not. Because if you're only going to look at it once and you opened the tab, then you opened it, you looked at it, and then you should close it. All of their tabs are not loaded, so it's fine. No. Nobody has ever deleted a bookmark, ever. I will disagree. Because I definitely use them appropriately. Save sessions that open windows as you had them. Sometimes. Then temporarily 500 tabs open for active projects. Yeah. If you have 500 tabs open, you are deluding yourself into thinking you're going to get back to those projects. You really just need to close them all and get over it. Yeah, exactly, Paul Guy. What about pinning tabs? That's different. I do use pin tabs. I used pin tabs for the things that I will actually look at every single time. Now, I don't use pin tabs on this computer because pinned tabs are almost always things that I don't want other people to see. So, like, I have my YouTube comments as a pinned tab. I have my email as a pinned tab. I'll have Discord as a pinned tab. Pin tabs are bookmarks? Yes, but they're bookmarks that are automatically loaded every single time you open the browser. So it is different. Those are the things that I look at all the time. Unlike other tabs, they're also prioritized to always be visible. Open a bunch of YouTube tabs and only watch them later. YouTube. Button. Save to watch later. Boom. No tab needed. better yet, copy URL, YTDLP, save it to your folder, and then just build an M3U, play them all like that. Who uses YouTube? I don't know. Maybe the person who makes their living through YouTube. Oh my gosh, the Blu-ray drives were only just now shipped. Are you kidding me? Why, Amazon? You're so mean. All right, one moment. Hold on. I gotta fix Robert's thing now. All right, here we go. This is perfect. So, the Watch Later playlist. This is for the account that I actually watch videos on. Updated yesterday, because I use this feature. So, I've watched some of these, and I don't need to watch them again. So, you can go here, remove watched videos. Boom. Yes, remove them. Bam. Now it's this one. Oh, I haven't watched that video, so that one would be next. They have a remove watch videos button, yes. It makes it so much better. Yeah, it's very well implemented. Too lazy to click two buttons? You actually didn't know you could do that? Yeah, it works really well. Yeah, no, tabs suck. Use it like a FIFO. Exactly. Genuinely, Watch Later is extremely well implemented. Watch Later is 100% meant to be a playlist, a buffer for what you actually want to watch next, sequentially. Just keep thinking until finish up stuff on the front page again. Watch Later automatically remove them after you completed a video. I would not prefer that because you might want to go back to a video that you've already watched. I will admit you should graduate it to a real playlist at that point, but I would prefer it not clear them out. That's what watch history is for. Can you search watch history? That I don't remember. Yes, you can. Okay, maybe that is acceptable. I don't know. I would be okay with it clearing them out after a delay of like a week or something automatically. Yes, but it's awful. Watch half a video, then later watch the other half. Yeah, see, that gets complicated too. See, is it a full view? What counts as a full view? If you let it run out through the end of the time, or maybe they were doing their thing like, you know, in the last 20 seconds, or see you later, you know, like someone would say, like, if you enjoyed that video, you might want to follow, you know. So, like, that's a lot more difficult to count when you should automatically remove them. So I would be fine with them never implementing that. I would say, oh no, we're very distracted and I'm not getting work done, but I'm not in the headspace to like actually do stuff. Watch enough YouTube, but I keep my relationship with it healthy enough to not overcomplicate it. I'm not sure what you mean, because the watch later feature is like really clean. It's really well done. If you use it, it works really well. And additionally, let's say you want it to be ephemeral. All right, there's another option. Oh, I didn't know you could just do that. Okay, let's go back to here. Like, let's say I want to watch these 3 videos right now and I don't want to save it to later. Add to queue. All right. These get added to the queue, which is an ephemeral playlist. This goes away as soon as I close this browser. This is stored in RAM, essentially. So you can have a temporary playlist as well. Isn't Q a premium feature? No, I don't have YouTube Premium. Yes, I am the YouTube creator who does not have YouTube Premium, just because I hate paying for subscriptions so much. Can you watch later a playlist? What do you mean? You can add directly to a playlist if you have a playlist set up. Yeah, so add, save to playlist, and it'll pop open a menu for picking your playlists, or add to queue. I brought back the tab, so that's why the queue is back, because it was stored. Queue is great, and I use it all the time. It's more annoying. You can't, for example, add videos from another video's info card into or to the queue. At the end of a video, yes, you are correct. Yeah, that part does suck. On mobile, you can make a queue if you're casting, but it's premium if you're not casting. Oh, see, I never use YouTube on a phone. Premium is worth it. I can fully appreciate that. I will not pay. I absolutely refuse to have subscription services that are not mandatory. Like domain names, I can't host my own DNS. So that's a mandatory subscription for a service. Email, because I don't want to fight like blacklists all the time, I pay for G Suite, Google Workspace, whatever they're calling it now. Mandatory, unavoidable service. I want a static IPv4 address, so I have a VPS. That's unavoidable. And the cost of a VPS plus residential internet is less than residential business internet to get a static IP, so like, duh. So yeah, I hate subscription services. Have Bacon again. Of all of them, I can see YouTube Premium being an exception. I could almost do it. You already know that, and you have no choice. Yeah, there's no option. Have I got the money income for subscriptions? That is another part of it. I mean, I'm not flush with cash, so I watch my finances very closely. I know I buy a lot of expensive things, but that is because I budget so carefully that I can do it when the time comes. There will be times where I'm like, nope, I'm not doing it right now. So yeah. I want to not have Amazon Prime, but then every single time I run the numbers of just shipping costs, it doesn't work out in my benefit to stop paying for Amazon Prime. So I don't really consider that a subscription. I just consider it prepaying for shipping. What do I use for music? The little plastic circles. MP3 still exist. I mean, I that's why it rips them to flack in this. I'm literally working on this offer right now that rips my CDs to flax so that I can use them. Yeah. Who needs some fun redeems backpack? It's so difficult to find a balance between fun and distracting. And a FIO player. Yeah, I can go get it. Right over here. Daily carry a digital music player. Rip the CDs, put them on this, and this is this crazy thing. These are headphones, and they have unlimited battery life because I plug them into the music player. Oh, crazy. Such advanced technology. Freefall, so I desperately wish that this would support Rockbox, or Rockbox would support this. It's a FIO X5 Gen 2. They know of it. Like, it's not going to happen. I'm convinced it's never going to happen. Pretty sure they have one. Because I would love to be able to put video game chiptunes on there. Oh my gosh, that would be so awesome. I'm so brave for 2025. So I realized this recently. This thing is now a decade old. And coincidentally, this is now as old as the iPod 5th gen was that I was using, that I replaced, that this replaced was when I bought this. That came out really clunky. This is from 2015, and I bought this to replace an iPod from 2005. So this is as old now as the device it replaced when I bought it. But there is no replacement for this. And I'm very sad about it. If they still made that, I would just buy another one right now. But they don't, because the thing that they sell now is just a phone without a cellular radio. And why would I buy that? We're so on topic. This is the best stream ever. Quite expensive on eBay now? Really? The FIO X5? Uh-oh. Battery life? So good I don't even think about it. So here's my other pro tip for everyone. For things like this that just like need charged every now and then. So there's a USB port on the bottom of this, and I get a magnetic USB cable adapter, and then there's this cable, and I just pop it on there. So I just have a spot on my desk where I just set it down, and there's a cable just permanently sitting there, and just boop, plugs in, charges, and then pick it up in the morning and go. Just don't even think about it. I don't charge it every day. I probably charge it maybe once a month. That would be my guess. Now I only use those portably, which mostly means in the car. Everything else I'm just gonna use a computer and play Flax through VLC. So it's not like constant use. You know, I make those handheld consoles that are just Linux on ARM. What do you mean console? Oh, like no, I'm not getting a emulation handheld for that. No. Do wireless charger mod? I mean, that's basically what I did. The back on this is aluminum. We're not putting a QI charger through that. There's a reason the backs of phones are glass now. Yeah, so Dave Starbuck, I don't want to... I want the files local. I don't want to use cellular data all the time when I don't have to. Freefall, I'm going to say this. The reason that I use a dedicated audio player is that this has a user interface that is designed to do one thing, play music. I know this like the back of my hand. I can operate this blind without being able to see the display. It has buttons. It's perfect. Wait till yours dies if you like it. Well, the other thing, does the Sony one still support removable media? Because, like, I don't even remember the size of the memory card that I've got in here, but it's big. So Baltazar, no one's allowed to remember that. You can't have user-serviceable parts. Speaking of which, on my Note 9, I learned that if you just wait until the battery starts to swell, the back removes itself, and then you don't have to worry about it. I did not put the new glue strips in when I replaced the battery on the Note 9, so the back just lifts off now. It's beautiful. Well, I don't have to worry. No, it has a new battery in it. The bad battery, long gone. I just didn't replace the glue, because, like, why? That's not my daily carry phone, by the way, but I also didn't replace it when it was still my daily carry phone. So it pushed the screen out. Ouch. Last experience I did that. Decided it was time to replace it when I shoved my credit card back in my pocket and found it inside the phone. Oh, that's great. Yeah, I don't have that problem because I'm a weirdo. I use a holster for my phone. It goes inside my pocket, and it makes it extremely easy to access my phone. Wouldn't want to stream music. Phone often ends up with 2G. Ugh, gross. Yeah, that's not why for me. I want to own the means of production for every possible thing. Actually makes a lot of sense. Dude, it is so hard to find them. Oh my gosh. This is so bad. And no one makes them like I really want them. They're all designed to go on a belt, so they got a spinny thing that I don't need. The clip is in the middle. I'd much rather have it be up top because I want it in my pocket. But yeah. This phone holsters, should look into if they make one for yours. You can usually find them, but it's difficult to find the right ones. Yeah, this is all basically just stems from I've seen the light of how old design is better. I just stick with what is solid. Well, my phone still mostly fits in my pockets because I don't put a giant Nerf case on it. I just don't drop the phone. Then problem solved. Note 9 has to be the best phone to use. Note 9's really good. I was mostly fine with the Note 9. And then Blackmagic announced their camera app for the S24 Ultra, and I'm like, that's all I want. Blackmagic app for a camera. So I went and I bought that. But then the Blackmagic app has not updated to support log for Android 14, and that yields much higher video quality than the Blackmagic app does. So I use the stock camera app now, even though that wasn't the point. Small pockets inside the big pocket. Oh gosh, so you're just talking about a tiny folding phone. I mean, Famous last words. I've had cell phones for decades now, and I've still never dropped one to the point of destroying it just because I don't put them in positions where that will happen. So, I don't know what to tell you. And I'm a weirdo. I put my keys in my cargo pockets on my thighs. It makes them much quieter, and the stabby parts are away from the parts of the pants you're more likely to push against. Dropped my phone on concrete multiple times, never had any glass shatter because I case up. I'm saying I don't drop the phone, so that doesn't happen. I also use my phone as little as possible, so that helps a lot. Like, we can do the thing I always do when I say this, because people just, like, they don't believe me how little I care about my phone. This number is going to be inflated compared to recently, because I have been playing No Man's Sky, so I've been using my phone more. Oh, this is also going to be inflated because I was also playing Breath of the Wild, and I was using that stupid app that should have been built into the game. Where do you see your... Oh, it's probably under, like, health or something stupid, isn't it? The time that your phone, your screen time, that's what it is. Device care. No. Well-being. There we go. Called it health. Okay. Let's see. Yesterday. No. Wait, that's a specific app. Here we go. Okay. Yesterday was an hour because I played Breath of the Wild and I used it. That doesn't count. Okay. So, Saturday, screen time, 2 minutes. Wait, is this correct? No, that doesn't. I'm not sure this is right. Hold on. Today, no, 19th. Okay. Okay, here we go. So, Thursday, 1 minute. Wednesday, I was playing No Man's Sky, so I was using my phone while I was really bored during the flight times, so that doesn't count. Tuesday, 28 minutes. Monday, 14 minutes. Sunday, 44 minutes. That's a high day. Last Saturday, 1 hour, 16 minutes. Again, a really high day. That is... Why does Google Maps have 37 minutes of activity that day? Got no clue. Oh my gosh, wait a minute. Is this counting drive time? No, it's not. Okay. Nextcloud, yeah, so 53 minutes for last Friday. That doesn't count because I was trying to get Nextcloud to upload footage, so I'd left the screen on. If we take that out, 14 minutes. Blackmagic, I was filming, so I used my phone for an hour and 38 minutes as a camera controller. So again, that doesn't count. Same thing for Wednesday. So yeah, I don't use my phone a lot. That's the real reason I don't drop it. Do I have Google offline maps? I mean, you just click a button and say download the maps offline. It'll also kind of do that when you're just around an area for a while, if I remember correctly. Anyway. I've never actually heard of a case user getting offended for not using a case, but I don't know. I also don't really talk to people about their phones because I just don't care. Very physically active person. I was constantly dropping your phone. Imagine you have a sit-down job, sedentary lifestyle. It's not an imperative. Case up. Yes, that is for me for sure. It is. It's very difficult to be physically active in Arizona when it can be 110 when the sun has set in the summer. So there's a good stretch of the year where you just don't go out. But then there's also a good stretch of the year where the temperature's great all year round. I'm more likely to do stuff then. Come off to show off status. See, yeah, that's where I will showcase that I don't use the phone a lot, which also kind of is showing off, but that's the reason I don't use a case. And then if you think about it, is this a case? I don't consider it one because it's not on it when I'm using it, but when I'm not using it, the phone is protected in a way still. We are super on topic here. Aw, yeah. Let's see. Plus drive path. Need that. Plus photo dot Do I want it to be a JPEG? Yeah, probably, because it's not like quality matters. I don't want to say PNGs. Jeez, that'd be ridiculous. Okay, save file, named it temp. That'll work. Okay. Hey, look, we just finished. Yay! Having written a line of code, yeah, I know how that goes. Woolen bag for a phone, that's kind of awesome. I keep my sunglasses in the little slip bag that they come in, so I can get it. I think we're not, this isn't like functional yet, but I think I should like stop. Anything more I do is not going to be good. I'm gonna close the drive tray so it doesn't collect dust. Oh. I've got a DOS game I want to make, but I know it's never going to happen. Basically, I want it to be FTL meets Battlestar Galactica 2005. And it's just never going to happen. I got ideas for it, but it's not going to happen. Because I feel like you could make a really decent roguelike DOS game in that theme. And it could be text-based. Well, not fully text-based, but a lot of text-driven narrative so that the graphics aren't as important in that way. And that it could work super well. But, yeah, it's never going to happen. Okay, so what's next here? We assume that this works, and then we integrate into this the settings. Actually, we don't really have to integrate that much more. We could do an if camera is thing when it goes to do a load somewhere in here. So there's eject, so load is above eject. Okay. So we put the disk in the tray, command load, okay. Then, oh no, I don't have the tray closed. Perfect. Okay, so right here, boom, that's where we would take the photo. Because we would take the photo before we close the tray. That would be good, yeah. Giving up on the e-reader game entirely? I don't want to say yes. I don't foresee when I will get back to working on it. I need a way of printing it, which is the problem, because I want to finish it. I want it to be publishable. It has to be publishable for me to be interested. But then the other person who went ahead and released the pack of games and made the video about it, that kind of took some of the wind out of my sails. So. Comes with wired headphones, doesn't have a headphone jack. Is it Bluetooth then? That's weird. But you think that's the stupidest thing ever. I've got something over here that I'm thinking about making a second channel video about because it's the kind of thing that I wanted when I was younger so badly. Because I thought it was just the coolest thing ever. I wanted one of these so much. This is an MP3 player that has built-in flash. And you take off this part as a cap and it works as a flash drive. I thought the idea of a flash drive that could just play your music files that are on it, like just incidentally, it's a music player in my mind, and then it's a flash drive normally. So you could just throw some music files on there, listen to it, while you also have like your school work document that you're working back and forth on. I think that's super duper cool. I always wanted those. How big is this? Probably like, it's 1 gig. Woo, crazy, which means it's kind of late. Because I wanted one of these when like 128 megs were more common. It says it supports Linux 2.4.2. That's hilarious. Love the hot dog colors on it. Yeah, it's not supposed to be like that. That is a white card in yellow plastic. The plastic is yellowed a lot. We all had one of those. I did not have one. I wanted one. I didn't have one. Try modding it to add more space. That's not happening. Lost the battery cover and then the cap and then the entire thing. Does it say Sports Windows 98? Probably. Yep, 98 SE. No normal 98. Okay, only SE. ME 2000 XP. Mac OS 10. That's funny. It does actually say Mac space OS 10. They were ahead of the curve there. And then Linux 2.4.2. Aren't all of those based on the same Z80 SoC? I got no idea. Had an MSI one that came with a Win98 USB driver CD. That's hilarious. Everything USB runs in an 8051. Yeah, probably that. All right, I think we get back to this tomorrow and try and integrate the photo logic into the auto publisher logic. I didn't realize there's just going to be one function in the controller. It's so simple. Due to needing certain free space command in the installer that's not in all of them. That is super weird. I've never heard of that. Oh man, clearly I need to go home and take a nap. All right, I think we mostly accomplished all our goals today. Really nice to get the VGA capture working. I'm very happy that that worked out. I was not expecting it to. Wow. Thank you for the stream. Yeah, no problem. It's nice to do this. That light is off and makes it look weird. Accomplished goals, then wasted 90 minutes. Kinda, yeah. I did technically get some work done, but this work should have taken me like 5 minutes. Oh, the VCS software is still running. Well, at least it's stable. That's actually kind of good to know that it's still running after that, because it means that it functioned. I just heard a sound. What on earth was that? Was that a calendar sound? Weird. But yeah, I'm kind of slowly rolling into it, but yeah, do need to. VGA Capture saved by the chat? Yes, I am extremely appreciative of the help on that. Yeah, we should run the outro. Let me bring up the remote stuff. Ooh, I managed to get a double click in with the tap. So I realized, by the way, I don't remember if I realized this after stream yesterday. I think I did. I can use the mute button on the ATEM to mute this microphone, which is what I was doing with the Rhodes. Duh. That makes way more sense. All right, it's outro time. Okay, well, tomorrow we're going to get back to what we're working on at the end of this stream, the camera stuff. We will get that integrated into the code for the auto publisher, and then try running some disks through it and take some pictures, see how that turns out. There'll be a little bit more fine-tuning. Delay outro before you get cut off. No, I kind of like that. I think that's ideal. It should have, if it hasn't opened the printer yet, there should be the stage hook that comes out and then just like grabs the video frame and then pulls it to the side if I keep yakking. But anyway, yeah. So we'll work on getting the camera fully integrated into it tomorrow. So yeah, it is a feature, not a bug. So yeah. All right. If you enjoyed this stream, then you may want to follow to be notified when I go live again next. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon or get a shirt like this one. But that's it for now, and I will see you next time. And print.